I'll make them more flexible, because if they flex too much, the paint is gonna start to crack, because the paint is hard and the foam is not. But yeah, so we will. I'm gonna have to mask some of this off, I think, and then do spray painting underneath here to get more of this orange in. It's gonna be better, but that's not a problem. That ain't a problem. So getting you to like a little bit like that. And let's do this, because yeah, we have to do it in the thin. Otherwise it's gonna be really weird. Well, I'm gonna be using these for leg parts anyway, so it's not much of an issue that I haven't. Yeah. Oh yeah, go feed, go tuck in. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for dropping by. Super nice. Super nice. Nice to hear that the cheeky nighty stream, I don't know, went well. And I will definitely be seeing you around. I am very sure of. Because if we're masking this and painting this, because we basically, when we're masking, we're just going to tape off this and then we'll put some paper here and tape the paper so we won't have to tape the whole thing. Oh, might even get like a plastic bag and pull it down to mask to the edge of the masking tape. Because then we could just glue this in place like it is, if we're happy with the shape and everything. Also, there's no rush. We do need it to be in place to fit the other things down, but that's not much of an issue. Let's hang you over here. And let's things everywhere. Let's get the thinners, the thinner bits. Let's make an actual paper pattern from that one first, actually. Are you enough? Oh wait, this is the leg pattern. Let's not use all our patterns for other patterns. Hello, Hawks, 1458 on a Friday. What? Did the stream drop? I guess the stream cut out again because Stream Elements just told me I'm live. I have 0 dropped frames. Thank you for making me having more VODs. Twitch, that is so kind of you. Jeez. Hi Hawks, welcome in. Is anybody still there? Can anybody hear me? Are we live? Can I get a response to liveliness in the chat? Oh, yeah. It's the longest Friday. I had forgotten. All right, we are still here. But since Stream Elements told me I'm live again, I'm guessing. I am just guessing that the stream dropped for a few seconds or something. And it's not the first time. And I'm pretty sure it's not the last time. Yeah, I had deep fried chicken for lunch today. Chicken is gnomes. Gnomesy chickens. My stream endish around 6, 7, depending on how well it goes and what we have to do, usually. Nothing rudely about it at all. It's absolutely okay to ask. Was there any specific reason? Well, I started too. I start streaming at 2 o'clock, so I usually do like 5 hours, 4, 5, sometimes 6, up to 6 hours, maybe. So I don't know if that's super long. Maybe, maybe, maybe it is. Then again, I'm just comparing to Brush for Hire, who streams for like 9 hours a day, so nothing is long. Did you think about something special, like deep frying more chicken or something? Some deep fried Easter chicken? Oh yeah, and now I remember. Yeah, I was thinking we should have talked about that Sunday, right? That is correct. Yeah, we need to talk about that. I haven't thought about it since then actually, because it just whew, because I've been playing around with orange paint and magnets basically, and some other stuff obviously, but you know. I don't know how our evening otherwise looks. I don't think we have any plans. I know I am going to make some more chicken because we have some defrosted chicken that needs to be fooded up, and I need food for tomorrow. No, but I also know if I get to wait for too long for things, it's probably gonna take forever. Yep, I'm doing competition stuff for sure. I have also painted a miniature for D-Ray, and I'm waiting for another box of miniatures from another guy that I'm gonna paint. Yeah, this is all competition stuff that we're seeing right now. Right, so this is gonna be it's a little bit more flexible though, so that might actually be a worry, I realize. No, shape it a little bit on there, because it tends to be a little bit curved that way, and we do not want that. But the last day of entry for the competition is the last of April, so it's always good to prepare. Yeah. Nah. That's not a worry. I'm not worried about that, so that's okay. Okay. Paint these first, glue them in later. I think so. I think that will go for this one as well. And then we will paint it and then we will weather it in place instead. Actually, I need to get some orange underneath this bit as well from the underside here. So, and we'll have to figure out how to do the back anyway. So I guess we can mask this off, put this in, mask it off and paint it. No, let's paint them separately. Let's throw our pen onto the floor. That sounds like a plan. So we don't have to have all of that. Well, anything below this line. This doesn't need paint. It doesn't matter if it gets paint. Well, it does actually, because I want to be able to glue there. We mostly want paint here. Okay. Oh, right. What time do we have? 3 o'clock. Okay, because then we can. Yeah. Should we do this now? Yeah. I'll put on the be right back screen and I'll be right back. Because I need to put some spray paint on these and I don't do that in here. I do that away from here so I can, keep my respiratory system. Alright. Yeah, important stuff, people. Really important stuff. Wear a bloody respirator when you're using spray paints. Even if you're outdoors, just do it. It's just better safe than sorry thing. Here we go. I'm gonna collect all of these nice little orangey bits. Just getting those from all the spray cans. Basically, except the metallic paint, and of course the weathering, everything else is just rattle can because it's practical and quick. Alright. Yes, I was looking for my fake tea candles before. That is what I was doing. Because they have those nice flickering LEDs in them. And I want to use that for a bit. So I'm just over on the other side of the room going through all my little cozy cupboards and stuff. See where I bloody well have put those. Because I know I got a bunch of them. And was giving to me from a friend. And I'm just not sure where I put them, which is a bit of an annoyance at the moment. Because I kind of wanted to build that thing just to make a little thing, small cool things. Small cool thing. Because I want to have a little cybernetic implant thingy here on the side of my head, and I wanted to have a flickering light just because, prototype looked damaged, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. All right, and then is of course the question: do I remake the neck thingy, or do we work with the one that we have and just cover up all the gaps and stuff? Because I made a started testing a new one, and then we'll just put on like a brim like it would be on a hat, and then we can shape that a little bit with heat because we have a lot less of these weird lines, and I kind of want it. I kind of want it. I also started to shape a little bit here. I'm not so sure about that. I think we're gonna do a couple of more of those lines. I really want to get rid of this though. Uh, so we're gonna have to do some heavy duty sanding. So I'm gonna mute for a bit. Alright. Then this will of course be cut down to size on the neck and make some attachment there. So I like that it's not these lines that we have to worry about. Problem is if I have enough of the thin, nice foam. Do I even need to use that though? Yeah, otherwise we're gonna have to cut that down in size. Well, actually we have. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. That's gonna work nicely. Can just overdo that. No, stop falling down. Sorry for like turning my back on you, but that's just the way it is right now. Here we go. Because I could. It's pretty simple to use the one that we already have to measure out the size. And we'll just make it bigger and we'll trim it out as we go along. So what we need to do now, well, I already made that mark there, I think. Figure out how tight we want this to be. Yeah, I had already made a mark. So that's my neck size roughly. And then we don't need this much overlapping, but we want it to sort of overlap a little bit. How much is it overlapping altogether? That's about 11 centimeters. So the middle is about here. And then we want this to overlap like 3 centimeters. And then that can go. So if we. Okay, so we do this and then we go 1.5 and 1.5. So this one gets cut there. And this one. Gets cut there. Go. Hey, hut! Welcome in. See what you made me do. I don't know how I am going to repay you. I'm having fun with this. How are you? I mean, we recently just said hi in another chat, but still, how are you? Thanks for dropping in and saying hi. How is your building going? And then we will have to thin this down and thin that down so we can get that on. uh, yeah, that's exactly why I said what I said when you came into Feather Phoenix stream. We were talking about this earlier. You actually dropped out? Oh, too much to do. No, not enough time to do the cosplay. I'm guessing. I was pretty close to that myself, so I totally understand that. But that's sad. But I'm guessing you're gonna keep building on it over the year anyway and so on, so we still get to see some cool stuff, right? Right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the question is next year going to be an online championship again? I hope they keep it online, because I'm not going to the States just and dragging a whole costume with me. It's gonna cost a fortune. Okay, so let's tape this together like this. I don't know. I know that they had talked about like, oh, we want cons to come back so we can like see everything, and they talked about stage performances and stuff. I thought they made it online because last year there were no cons. I might be wrong. I might have totally misunderstood that. So, okay, so we have to, and we're remaking this because I don't want to have to bother filling all of this and fix everything. So I'm just remaking it into basically a hat. I guess we can call it a hat. It's sort of a hat thing. So we're gonna basically use the shape from the old one. Because I know last year, in the video from last year, they're talking about how they're so new at doing it that way. I'm pretty sure. And then we'll make this a bit bigger because I know I wanted it bigger in the neck. So it will fit inside. Uh, but it might just be them and their inexperience of doing it that way they were talking about, and not the fact that they haven't done it before. So that might be where I'm sort of misunderstanding everything. And then we will cut like, but yeah, I don't know. Now that you just mention it, I'm not sure at all. And the same thing here, we'll cut a bit on the inside, so we're making this part, oh, that's not very much inside, but we're making it a little bit bigger than we think it should be. Yeah, that's gonna be no overlap here. We'll have to Oh wait, I had a solution for that. No, never mind. Never mind me. It's just me jabbering. I have a solution for that. I have already foreseen this. This has been foreseen. And then we shall measure out where to cut it. There. Just stretch this out as much as I can. Because then we can glue this. And now it's a bit taller than it needs to be, which is fine. And then we can sort of glue this in place. Have to Dremel this down a bit. Because then we'll just get like one line here, and we can deal with. I can definitely deal with that. I'd much rather deal with that. And that is. There's no overlap in the back though, so we'll have to. I'm gonna make some parts like a spine-shaped parts, but more metallic is my plan. And then this could. So we need to. Yeah, we need to sand this down so it's flatter. Or we made ourselves a hat, you know. So this should be glued in like so, and then go around that way. Okay, so we need to thin this part out. Because then these will nicely. Oh yeah, I need to make that. Need to make this a bit wider because this is a bit wider. There we go. Almost. I will put some things. Things. Let's just call them things for now. Over there. And this is where we're gonna start gluing. And then we're gonna glue all of it, and then we're just gonna put it in after as we go around, as you would with some good old contact cement. Now I don't know. I'm guessing you might be checking it out right now, whether it is a regular thing from before or if it's a COVID regular thing and they want to get it back, or if they're gonna keep the format. I hope they do, because it's very inclusive when you have it online. Otherwise, I would suggest they move it around every year to different parts of the world. If it's going to be a world championship, because having everybody else traveling to the States, I mean, depending on your costumes, it's going to be a nightmare to transport them all the way as well, both logistically and economically, because some of the suits and some of the entries last year, including the winner last year, is quite big. Where was he? Was he from like Brazil? Work. I don't have a work. I'm sorry, I don't have a work, apparently. But you know what we can do? We can. I wonder if I can. If I remember correctly. No, it's not one. Then it's the other way around, I guess. We're waiting for the glue to dry anyway, so I might as well change stuff around. Is it like $1? Oh yeah, right, it is, isn't it? It didn't change it? No. Of course it's $1. What the hell are you thinking, Pixel? You know this stuff. Edit, okay. Not change. Of course. No. What? But didn't I? Oh, did I change it? Did I change it to wrong? Did I? No. Huh. I thought it was $1. Well, we'll have to look at that later. See if I can't get that going properly. Almost perfect. But then again, as I said, we're gonna put something like a spine looking thingy there. And then all we need to do is heat this up and bend it into shape a bit. And that's just gonna be so much better than the previous version of this. So this will be snooked. Oh, yeah, because I cut it out. I could just add a strip here. I suppose, but nah. I think we'll leave it like that. Put some hook and loop back here. and get it attached in a mo at first. And then the armor is also gonna press down on this. We do need to cut down on the shoulders though, because it's gonna stop, so they're probably gonna have to all the way around. The first line we made was probably the best line then. So but I wanted it to be longer in the back because I know that there was a tiniest bit of gap that you could see. So we are leaving that a little bit longer than the original. Oh god, it goes on that at that angle? That is a bit surprising. That is not what I expected. Yeah, it really does. Okay. Well, that means I can actually cut a bit of this off. Actually, if I remove this, it will follow that line again. Okay. And this foam, especially when it's sanded down as much as it is, it's so easy to just cut with scissors. then we shall Dremel out the new space for it. Here we go. That should work out pretty well then. Put some hook and loop back there. Real quick. If I can find it, then I have probably moved it to somewhere clever. So if I were clever, where would I put my clever stuff? Probably over here. So that's what we want. And if I'm just working on too fast and then someone wonders what the hell is going on, feel free to ask if you have any other questions related to cosplaying or foam building. Feel free to ask that as well. If you want to know anything about the competition, you know. And if I can't answer the competition question, I know where you can find the answers. So feel free to ask away if you are curious about stuff, or if you're making something while you're watching, any sort of creative art or anything, feel free to share that. It's a very link-friendly chat around these parts. So this has the this adhesive on the back side of this is pretty amazing, because I did the exact same thing on the other piece that's over here, and it hasn't come off yet. So I don't even need any extra glue for it. I'm just using the adhesive on the back of this directly. And I have put on that neck piece quite a few times, let me tell you. Let's see if I can. There we go. And then these just go like smoochy smooch. And the fact that you can see it there, it's, as I mentioned a couple of times now, we're gonna put stuff over the whole thing here. And I think that's like, because I think we're gonna finish this as much as we can now. We're gonna sand this down so we get a nice smooth edge here. We should also try this with the armor. the chest armor so we can see that it actually fits. And everything is okay. Yeah, might want to shape it down a bit more. And then I need to figure that command out. I need to... Let's wear this for a while and see how it feels. That's kind of important as well. It's a bit snug right now. Maybe I need to... Well, that depends on how I buckle it up in the back, I guess. And while we are doing that, I can just see if I can't. No, that's just like the built-in commands. Here we go. This is actually not. I'm gonna cut down here because it's a bit tall, so I can't really do much with my head, and that's not really what I want. So it's gonna have to come down. But that was kind of expected actually, because I had to do that on the last one as well. Why didn't it open my... Oh, I clicked a link from Google and it opened up my stream elements. That's not what I really wanted, but that might work as well then, I guess. Of course, Pixel. You are so silly. You should write this. You're using the wrong brackets, silly fool. What? Why didn't you? Now you're just being extra silly with me, stream elements. But then again, I also have stream elements open now, so I guess I could just change it there, because, you know. It's maybe it was on the cooldown, I don't know. Because it's literally here. Oh, wait. I see. I did it wrong anyway, because I'm a Muppet. So bear with me. There we go. Finally getting things right. Alright. Yeah, I made a mark here, but I... think I want it a bit lower. It really looks like a hat, doesn't it? Maybe not when you have your headphones on, but you know. Okay, let's see where the actual middle is then. Now, of course, we want this to be fairly symmetrical at least, right? So we're gonna cut out half of it, and then we will use this cutoff as our template for the other side. Uh, and then we're gonna sand this down and stuff anyway, so it doesn't have to be. Uh, I need to do an unwork later, but I can do that at home. But now you can work lurk. Half my chat is right now just me trying to fix a command, which I could have just fixed in Streamlabs instead. But you know, you gotta learn. Yeah, I have to talk to Bone Shooter when he gets back as well, because he can also do that because he is a super user on the bot, so he can actually fix those commands as well. Yeah, and I'm not lurking while I'm working, if anybody's wondering. Okay, let's see. Can I get this? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna mute now because this machine with the vacuum it's attached to, it makes too much noise otherwise. So here we go. Hello, Blurko Lub Blub Blub. Lurko Blub. Oh my god, I cannot speak. Yeah, so there we go. Oh, it's a little bit of a smack there for some reason. I don't know what happened there, but we'll have to deal with that. So we're gonna probably accentuate this line actually when I think about it a bit. And make a line there and make some lines. Make it look like little segmented basically. And then we're gonna do some rubber paint spray on this. It's one of the few things that's gonna have rubber paint on it. Okay. Oh yeah, before we start doing any cool cosmetic stuff, we need to see how it works with the chest on. We can ditch the old one for now. Oh, it's soon time for a tea break. Nice, but so let's try this out. Yeah, I realized that as well. I was mostly mumbling to myself though, but still. Thanks for that. Yeah, I managed to pick this. I saw the microphone on the floor and I'm like, oh god, I'm not again. But yeah, thanks. Yeah, I totally forgot to turn it, put on the. I forgot that I didn't put the headset back on. Basically, that's it. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where it needs to be in the back here because I think I need to change it a bit again because I want it to be very tight around the neck here. But otherwise, yeah, and then there's going to be like rubber paint on this, so it's going to look very much more rubbery, like on that. Oh, that looks so much better. There's a dent here that is a little, well, maybe we can cover that actually, because we're going to, these lines, I don't know how well they're, no, there's a microphone in the way anyway. Okay, there are two lines here. We're going to deepen that a bit and then we're going to pull them down into the chest area here. Oh gosh, this is gonna be so warm. But everything that is made of foam that you wear, that is a bigger piece, is gonna get warm because it's plastic, so it doesn't breathe. But still, moving around works. Putting on. Oh wait, this is not. That's the wrong side. No, this is for a competition, actually. Is what it is. So this is my entry to the online cosplay ultimate online cosplay championship. There we go. I knew I could do this. So these attach. Oh yeah, there we go. With magnets. So you just have to be close, and then the magnets go grab. All right. With a new neck piece, it needs no adjustment in the neck, but still pretty movable. Shoulders are bending up and down like they should. We're getting somewhere. Yeah, no, I mean, I think they're, and since this is an online competition, I mean, sooner or later there might be cons again that we can go to, and I might go take this somewhere. Uh, but just for, yeah, exactly, it's just for show. It's just for parading around in front of a camera in this case, or maybe walk around on a con sometime. But yeah, no, but I can jump and move. I mean, if I do this a lot, you can see they want to jump out. Uh, and that's simply because they are, oh, that's me. Since I have to take it off and on like I have to, since they're solid here. If you could have opened this, you could have just attached this permanently. But yeah, I've been to a few, never been anywhere in costume because I never built a full costume. I only built like parts for other people or like weapons for my own collections hanging on the wall and stuff like that. So this is the first full suit that's gonna be done. But yeah, as I said, I built quite a lot of other stuff for both myself and other people. So yeah, oh, this neck piece is super warm though. Yeah, that's why people who build like full suits of armor in this foam usually put in like cooling vests or fans and stuff into their builds because this gets warm, really warm. Okay, I'm gonna mute and hope I don't forget to unmute. So yay, I remembered. Yeah, we're getting some bends on this area. I don't think it will do super much in the end, but it's good to know. It's a good thing to put it on and take it off all the time because you're gonna see. I mean, you don't want it to break, but it's easier to spot problem areas. Okay, so this needs some small work and then it can go to painting. And talking about painting, I have some painting being done with some more armor parts, and it's like 4 o'clock, so it's about time for me to take my tea break anyway. So yeah, I need to draw out where I want to have those lines. this one should be moved back further. It's not. When I glued this on, it's sort of twisted a bit, so we need to uh, move this part. Yeah, that could work. Actually, we could reinforce it there if we don't want that to bend. It might have been because of this, because this made it a little bit trickier to get it off. And I forgot to remove my glasses. It's quite snug around the neck. So yeah, if that's a problem, if that turns out to be a problem, we could definitely do it. We could even put like a sheet metal bit in there if we really want to reinforce it. But I have some thin plastics that could work as well. The problem is, of course, they're going to be flat this way, so the way they are going to want to move is this way. Well, let's do it like this then. If you have the curve of the shoulder, if you have a piece of metal or plastic that's flat, they're still going to want to bend like this. Ideally, we could like take a piece of plastic and fold it and then bend it. So we get, yeah, because it's like with a piece of paper basically. It's gonna, it bends easy this way, but it's without making it, I mean, it doesn't bend it that way at all, but this way. So if we put in a piece of plastic in the shoulder, it might still want to bend this way. Not as easily, it will be harder, and especially if you glue it, because then you're gonna have some resistances in there. Yeah, we'll see if that comes, if it comes to that, we'll work it out. I hope it won't. Let's just live on hope for a while. There we go. But yeah, but yeah, even if we just put more foam under there, technically, it would be better because if you glue two things like this, they, because if you have two, well, oh, here we go. We can take a piece of this and demonstrate with, and we'll need two equally long bits. Because of the thickness of the materials, when we bend these, they don't, of course, look to be the same length anymore, right? Because this radius is longer or bigger. This curve is bigger than the inner curve, obviously, because of the thickness of the material. So if you actually, you're onto something there. After all, when I start to think about it, once I start to process this, if we have this shape and we glue them in here, if I bend this back, they want to go that way. But if they're glued all the way, yeah. And if you have glue in here, there's going to be a pretty strong bond, and the top part is not going to want to do that. So yeah, you are absolutely right. If it's necessary, we can take a piece of like PVC plastic or something and like put a sheet in there. Yes, I know there's about to be a tea break, sweetheart, but I wanted to do these first, and then we got to talking about things. But thank you very much for the tea break reminder. I do need to have something to eat. Yeah. Well, I said I wanted to do this first. Basically because I wanted to see how that would turn out, and I think that's going to look pretty good. Because it's going to be so boring if it's just flat like that. And then to cover all of this up, I'm going to just make some small armor platey things that we can put on there. We could actually glue them to here and put more Velcro on, I guess. But yeah, and then we should use a bigger wheel actually for this. Just gonna make a better surface. Yeah, you have some tea yourself. Yeah, that's gonna be nice. It's gonna create something. This is a pretty cheap build material-wise because I'm using floor mats, like floor mat EVA foam. But okay, let's do a quick run. Well, I'm using a bunch of rattle cans actually. But that's an interesting question actually. Let's do some math before tea time then. A quick math. Okay, so what have I bought? One, two, three, four, five spray cans, six spray cans. So let's open up like a notepad so I can write this down. Because I'm counting spray cans and any paint as well, I guess. Just foam is like 450 Swedish crowns. 50 uh, foam, 450 Swedish crowns. Spray, 360. Let's say I have to buy the glue, 'cause why not? 50. Then I have some paints and stuff. Yeah, somewhere around there in foam. And that's quite a lot of foam actually. And well, I have used some spare bits of something that I had, but I could have done it with just the things that was bought for it. So foam, spray, glue, you know, let's just go for like 400 Swedish crowns for random. So we're up at 9,000. What's that? That's 6,000. 1,400. Let's get this like a properly appraised. And that is, of course, if you have the tools and stuff for it, you know. Uh, So I mean, I have had a Dremel. I didn't really need to buy a Dremel. So yeah, we're talking about 140-ish euros. Yeah, but I buy dollar store rattle cans, so they cost like 6 euros each. So they're not actually. Yeah, and magnets can be. I mean, the small number of magnets and the small magnets I have, you can buy them from people who do like Warhammer stuff, or directly from like a place that make magnets. Yeah. So yeah, the problem with floor mat foam is that you get these nice patterns on the backside. Yeah, I bought my magnets from a German place, a website in Germany. Well, it's a German website, and I'm thinking it's yeah. So and it's so I bought them within EU, so there's no like extra taxes or silliness anyway. So that was pretty comfortable, and they have like all the sizes you could ever need, and do custom sizes. But as my my mod, who actually gave up on me, tried to point out, tea time. So 5-10 minutes, and then we'll be back. We will be bringing out some more smaller stuff that we're gonna do some painting on, maybe, and we will crack on. But that is in 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, here we go. Well, I still technically still have tea in my mug, but I had something to eat to my tea. Don't need to like drink the whole cup of mug of tea. All right. Let's put these back onto the bits so we know where the shoulder bits are and they're not gonna break. Thank you. Thank you for staying around. All right. Yes. Yeah. What are we gonna do about this little line? I was actually thinking of, well, not this big, but smaller and thinner, putting some pieces, not only to cover that, but if this is just black. Oh yeah, we can work on the neck piece actually. Oh, that's that's nice. I guess that's the thing that has happened to a lot of people during the pandemic as well, sadly, when they work from home. But it's, as long as you can work and do other things at the same time, why not? You know, all this will doesn't matter because it's gonna get pressed down by the armor, as we have seen. Yeah, it's, it's pretty nicely otherwise. Well, this needs to be smoothed out a bit around the neck parts here, but maybe I don't have to. Let's let's do something about the neck piece because I wouldn't really want to sort of cover this up as much as possible. We should be have able to use some of the thinner foam and make some kind of a. Let's bring out the pen and papers maybe. Do some figuring things out a bit. It could. Yeah, you could do the whole thing in like some kind of a stretchy fabric, especially if you can get some that is rubbery looking. Because I want it to be like a synthetic part, basically. But yeah, either this area or we could just cut this area out a bit actually and have part of the neck exposed as well. I need to sand down this edge though, so it matches this edge a bit better. You could also do everything in a really stretchy fabric and have it really tight because you get good movement, I guess, as well. The more texture. I wanted to look, I'm gonna use like a rubber spray on this, rubber paint spray on this, or a brush on maybe, I don't know. So we'll get like, it looks like a whole leathery things. And then I'm thinking about putting some small bits on and painting them orange so they look like the rest of the armor. It's comfortable and breathable. That is definitely a plus side of using some fabric around the neck. Actually, okay, so if we, I don't know, do a few of these, so this matches this. Let's see if we can. There we go. So this part can fit in like this part. So they're not you're doing that right now, but basically you can stack them on top of each other and can make And this is for the neck now. We're talking about covering this seam and this whole line. Because it's different than I don't want this to be shown. I could just like glue a piece of this to the side and have it cover as well. But I still want to make something back there. We don't have to make many of them. Like 1, 2, 3 there. Basically just for the next. But yeah, we could make some fabric. Then I would have to see if the rubber, because I'm gonna put rubber on it anyway. So for the breathable part, I don't think. I think this is one of those times where you have to suffer for your art, basically. Just to go for the look and hope it's not gonna kill you too much. Just make something with some lines in and just. So let's do one of those, but measure it a bit so we know that it will fit. Yeah, exactly. Mm, we could do like a quick template, actually. That would be even smarter. Oh. Yeah, that worked well. It doesn't really matter, but still. I was like, how I'm gonna fold the paper now and make a nice clean break. Nope. There we go. Okay, so the plan is to take a piece of paper and by using the grid on the cutting mat, we can find a pretty decent 45-degree angle. And if I want to do this really thoroughly, I should probably have glued this, well, not glued, taped this down to the mat. But that's not how we were. Maybe I need some more tea. The reason why I want to have this little piece is so I don't have to measure it out on that, so I can use this. Nah, just dust in the workshop, basically. And I think that was a cookie crumble in my throat. It felt like some kind of a crumbling thing. Because if we do this, then we sort of pretend that this is straight up. Of course, this has to be opened up a little bit more if you want the gap between the bits. But we'll get to that in just a moment. And if we cut this just a millimeter or so, then this top should fit in there. Still have something is tickling in my rhythm. I should not have had a cookie to my tea. Um, I used to work in tourism, so you can imagine how well that went with the pandemic. So for a while, I tried to find similar like customer service jobs and had no luck. So I decided to try and make this the thing I do. So I'm trying to do this to pay bills, basically, I guess. So I do take not only, and I do other things than just, yeah, you can see the pictures above my head. Uh, I do other things than just foam crafting. I do other types of props and 3D printing, uh, model figure paintings and scenery and model building in general. And usually today, because it's Friday, we should be doing some scenery and terrain on stream because I do different things different day normally. But mm, excuse me, burping tea here. Because of the championship competition, I changed all my current streams to this, so I would have a chance of getting it done before the competition entries have to be in. Yeah, yeah, that's where I come from in sense of crafting, more historical crafting. Uh, that I have been doing for. Oh, the angle is a bit off, but just a tiniest bit. We can adjust that on an individual basis. Yeah, so I've been doing leather and blacksmithing for, 17 years. 17? Yeah, ish. 17, 18-ish years. Okay, so basically we make a couple more of these. We might make some, not just keep them like this, we make some cool, some kind of pattern or something. Oh yeah, I have an idea for that. So we need to make like one, two, three, four. I don't think we're gonna go down here. Unlurks! Here comes the bone shooter. It is. It can be, especially blacksmithing. But I've never done that like a full-time thing. So I sort of escaped the most horrors. But yeah, there's a lot of thinking of how you do your work when you want to do things like that, for sure. Welcome back, bony shooting. There is now a work command, by the way, in case you have to go back, just so you know. I finally figured out why I didn't get it to work because I was silly. And if you ever want to, don't feel that you need to, because we don't know how often we need to make new commands. But you are a super user, so if you read up on the thingies and want to, you are free to do so, because you are a super user, obviously. should sit down one day and set up all the silly chats playing games thingies, like the maybe make a heist thingy and do some gambling things because the chat points are are active. That angle didn't. I made it. Oh, well, I guess we'll have to sand it down a bit or Dremel it down or whatever we're gonna do. Yeah. Oh, one setting. That one little thing that is evasive. Ah, this is gonna work. What? This side is really different from the other side. I don't know what happened. I messed up somewhere. Oh yeah, we should have sanded this down on the back side first, maybe. You could also just put them together, because we're gonna sand down these edges anyway. Yeah, that's the plan. Okay, I'm gonna rethink that plan. I have another idea for a moment. Or maybe that's just not something that I need to actually bother with right now. Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. Like, hi, we need your help now. Thanks, but I'm sleeping. You're on call. Shut up. Then we will just score some lines into the foam. And then when we heat this up, that will open up. Oh yeah. Well, and everything is critical. I mean, yeah. Even the non-light life support system. I think that's gonna be pretty nice actually. Hey, Stellar. Uh, I'm working on my neck piece right now while we're waiting for some paint to dry on some other pieces. Welcome in. So right now we're trying to make something to mask this horrendous opening in the back. So basically I'm thinking doing, I don't know, I might make another piece that is a little bit more fun in the details, you can do these lines, but something like that basically. And then we just glue it on that side, and if we overbend this a bit, so it's a little bit too bent, once this goes on, it's going to be snug on the side there, and then it's going to be glued onto this half. Not sure what to do about this yet, especially since this is not in the middle. I have a general idea in my head, I guess we can say. We're trying to make it so it fits with the rest of the thing, which is that chest piece right there. Uh, this, of course, is quite the simple bit, so to speak, in the shape. Hell yeah, shouting out all the peeps. If you're a streamer and you haven't gotten a shout out yet, just let us know and we will deal with that. Thinking I should make some, because it's not on super, uh, so hard. I need to take a picture. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it's going so far. So now we're just gonna need to. Then I'm thinking about making some smaller bits here that I also can, because this part is gonna be orange and this is gonna be rubber painted and black, basically like a rubber neck thingy. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be attached like that, and then it's gonna be, and then you put it on. And the whole trick to do things like that is to overbend things quite a lot. So this side wants to push into that, and that way it's gonna look tight. Still gonna have to do something about, yeah, gonna have to figure this one out. So this is probably one of the last things I'm gonna get totally finished because all of this. You know what we could do? We could actually cut this open and put Velcro on the sides and then put one big piece over here. Yeah, could use magnets as well. We have a bunch of those. That is true. But we could, yeah, we could actually open it up and then have one piece that Velcro in or something in. But yeah, as I said, I'm pre this is the second neck piece I make. So we have a couple of options. We'll put that aside and let me think about that. I'm gonna go and see if the paint is dry. I'll be right back. Oh yes, here we go. So we're gonna, yeah, more painting orange and dirtying things up. That's what's gonna happen now. So now there's not that much difference, but there is a bit of, well, if we turn it around, you can maybe see the different color. So this is sprayed with a primer, and then it's sprayed with a, darkish gray. Carbon gray is what's the name of the color. And it's been running in a bit, and considering how the whole project looks, that is not an issue. And so what we're going to do now is say that we're going to put metal paint on those, because we want them worn just like everything else. Oh, thank you for the follow. And it's very kind of you. Welcome in. Even though I already said welcome to you when you sort of said hi, but welcome in. So we're gonna start by putting the metal paint on this. Where the hell I ever put? Okay, there it is. For those who are curious, Amsterdam Acrylics Standard Series Pewter is what we're gonna use. It's basically I was gonna say, is it the only? Yeah, I think it's the only metal paint that we actually really use. And I'm just gonna put it on the whole piece, and then we're gonna then we're gonna clear coat that, and then we're gonna mask it off, and then we are going to put on the orange paint, which is also a rattle can paint, so that will be off camera, but you know, you'll get a chance to see some of the progress and the process of doing things so they look like that big orange chest piece. And these are also for the chest piece. These are gonna go on this bottom, yeah, okay, like here on this the big armor. What's your country's? What? Wait, now I missed something. Did I say? What word did I say? Well, these are gonna go there, and this one is gonna go on the front. So they're gonna get attached to the orange thing. Ah, Amsterdam. Oh yeah, yeah. I said Amsterdam. I didn't even reflect on that. All right. This is where I wish I had learned some Dutch then. Dutch is hard, man. So many weird noises that I'm not used to. Which is interesting since I'm Swedish, and Swedish is known for having weird noises. I need a pale paper plate. Okay, this was sticky, so it made me miss. Oh, this gets. This is why you don't take old paint palettes or plates or stuff that you have used for other stuff. You'll take a new one, Pixel. Because then you know there's no sticky, slimy stuff on the underside. Okay. Have you learned this lesson now? Probably not. But we can always hope. There is always hope. Europeans are weird anyways, yeah. I find that people in general are weird. So what I'm doing with this is just pretty thickly. I'm just stippling the paint on. Don't have to have paint up there actually, because we're going to glue there. Because this will make it, when it dries, it's going to have a bit of a texture, which makes it going to reflect light pretty good. And it will also, oh God, let me move the camera maybe. It also uh, have some nice texture for when we are weathering this. So it's pretty thick, thickly put on. Trying to get it on all the just now you don't have to do this on the whole piece. You can just right now decide where you want the metal color to show up later, and you can just paint it a bit around that area. I just do this because it's just quicker and easier. Someone might say it's a waste of paint, but I don't care because it's so little paint in comparison to anything anyway. And I'd rather save time than anything else. Because it will also help me for future references, knowing how long it will take me to do things of a certain style or size. And since I am working to do all the crafting types of things that I do as my primary income, counting uh, time is important. Yeah, but that's Bone Shooter, that's because the US is weird. The US is like that sort of odd cousin that nobody really do know what to do with. Like, is he invited to the party? Well, he's gonna be so upset if he's not, so why not? Okay, let's just hope he doesn't do anything weird, you know. Yeah, Bone Shooter is an army brat, which is pretty cool because that means that you get. I mean, it can be uncool because you have to move around sometimes, but it can also be really cool because you get to move around sometimes. So I guess it could be either or. Okay, that's gonna take a bit to dry though. Whoa, don't fall off. So light. Yeah, actually that is exactly it. I was thinking about this. It's a couple of years I started to think about it actually, but I was starting to think about nations as and interaction between nations, but like more like group psychology from a group psychological standpoint, and how every sort of relationship in any given group more or less follows a pattern of how, you got the first phase, which is usually referred to as the honeymoon phase, where, people don't know each other, and unless you're really outward and forward, people are kind of chill and like trying to get to know each other. And, so you go through these different phases, and that means the United States literally is a teenager. In that sense. Mm. Earl Grey. Mm-mm-mm. All right. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-do. Oh yeah, we could start to. Oh yeah, I didn't find a tea. I think I have left my battery-driven tea candles at home at some point and never brought them out here even. Because I really want the LED lights from one of those blinking, I guess we can call it, electrical tea lights. Because I want to have the flickering lights. And I don't have any other flickering LEDs, so that's gonna be my hope. I know I have like a bag of them because I got them from a friend. Uh, but exactly where that bag is, if it's out in the workshop here or if it is at home, I don't know. I'm guessing it's at home. So we'll have to wait for that. Wop, wop, wop. Oh, we have some metal paints. We have some metal paints and we have some parts of this puppy that's gonna be metallically painted anyways, like the big dome and the ring here. Some of these little clasps need some metal paints. So while we are waiting for the other armor parts. Oh yeah, this is the, no, this color really wants to go on thick, otherwise it's not a get very good coverage. So we shall find where's what what is going on? Oh, there is the natural steel. What is going on is that I'm looking in the wrong place. So some model colors for smaller bits. This part up here I'm probably gonna do with the Amsterdam acrylics though. We can lighten this up by mixing these colors a little bit. See how that turns out. Yeah, it's gonna work out nice. So I want it to have a quite light metallic color. So what you saw me do with the other parts, that's gonna go on the underside here, going downwards, uh, is exactly how I painted, well, everything else, including this. So if you have the time to hang around and you're curious, you're gonna find out how I did it. And as always, if anybody has any question about what I do, or of any of the other things I have done, there's a show reel above me with some pictures of some stuff. Uh, Feel free to ask. Uh, if you are doing something creative yourself, building something, painting something, drawing something, something creative, like art like, links are free in the chat. You don't need a permission. Feel free to share your art with the world. If you are a streamer and you haven't gotten a shout out yet, feel free to let us know if you would like one, and we will get right on that as well. So I want the ring to be a steely, well, almost aluminium color. And then we'll go on with the pewter on this. And then, of course, I could have painted this before I painted the orange. I got the metallic paint and weathered this at the same time. But I'd rather do it like this. And I also wanted to get some of that orange paint on to see how it was going to turn out. So this is going to be... This is basically his power supply. Subject 87 is a experimental cybernetically enhanced human that was part of a, I think it was a government program. We're not really sure, but we're calling it a government program to create cybernetically enhanced soldiers, which could be controlled through the mechanical parts and through a little bit of the old stimulants and drugs. And something cataclysmical happened, and as far as we know it right now, subject 87 here is the only surviving prototype because he was out in the field being field tested and has wandered around in the shadier parts of the nearest big city wherever this is taking place, for a little while now, lost, not really sure. He might have suffered some brain damage because he's not really sure who he is. So maybe the experiment just drove him mad and made him forget things. And yeah. So this is nuclear powered, by the way. Oh, hello there, sweetie sweets. Nice of you to drop by, Mel. How are you doing? Oh, well, maybe you're not even here to answer that because you went into the lurks. Hi, thank you for the lurk. Very kind of you. Sorry if you were hoping to see some Rockies being painted, but cosplay first, dragons later, or something. Yeah, if you don't follow that crazy ferret, you should. Because one, ferrets are always awesome, and two, she is really nice and friendly. Yeah, I'm really like I wanted the Rockies, but I also, I really don't have time right now. Stop it, Pixel. Then we'll do some pure of this. This is gonna have to be get on there in several layers. I think. I think I want a bigger brush. But yeah, I'm super excited about the Rockies as well. I haven't even put them together or anything yet. I'm just trying to ignore them so much as I can, so I don't get too tempted. But yeah, so that will be in May, I'm guessing then, unless this is done. Well, it will be once this is done, once the competition thingies are done, then I will paint a Rocky, and I promise I will paint a Rocky on stream, so people can join me in the adventures of the tiny little dragon. See which one of the tiny little Rockies we'll do first. Yeah, this is, yeah, I'm actually just gonna agree with that. I think this is awesome too. I'm so happy with this. Yeah, and I don't care about the brushstrokes because we're gonna have to go in and cover that one more than once with this pewter color. I like the actual color, but it doesn't really cover super well, to be honest. But it's a pretty color. It's a bit like a yellowish tinted. It's like a more yellowish steel color. More, yeah. Yeah, we'll see what we're gonna do here. We might put some more of these little, oh wait, some more of these little bits here because we're getting some bends here from taking it off and on. But that's just good. That's all good because then we know how paint Rocky while wearing a Rocky. I don't want to cosplay a dragon. I don't think, because you would have to walk around on all fours, and that's just way too much. That's just, I'm too old for that shit, okay? That's just it. How are the metal parts doing over here? Are you still super wet? Yes, you are. Okay. I'm gonna turn on the fan over here because that will heat things up a bit. And then we can place our painted armor parts in front of that because I don't want to wait all day. There we go. And that's gonna need to dry. Work is talking about giving you days off, eh? Yeah, good old subject 87. Well, you can hang there while you dry, and the shoulders are there so they're not in the way. Okay. Yeah, I still need to know, figure out what I want to do. If I'm just gonna keep the arms, well, arm, because it's just one arm so far, as it is, and just go with this. Kind of want to not paint like this whole thing orange. Kind of want to have, yeah. And then we need to work on some hands. This needs to be snugger up there, but yeah. because it's a little bit boring. And if this is just orange, it's going to be like a big orange. I want some more. I want some more depth. I don't like flat pieces so much. If you look at most things I do, they tend to have like small bits here and there, so you get the illusion of the depth and the size of things. I tried to make just some armor plates on it, like some lines, but I could do this in like a black, but the thing is it's also separate up here and around the arm, of course. Which way the undersuit is going to go. There's going to be like electrical cables and stuff being shown through. So that's not an issue. But yeah, these are... Maybe keep the upper arm, and this part could be made into something a bit more, with a bit more squares on it, and not just like a round sleek thing. Because the leg part I have been working on uh, is quite angular, so we could have like a similar but smaller, of course, shape along the bottom arms. Yeah, and then we could do like a rail, so you can have like different attachments, because who doesn't want tactical options on your murderous cyborgs, right? That's a thing. Options. Oh yeah, and then we have a small one of these, which is also the general shape of like all the things, and that can go over the... Wait, that way. No, that way. Over the elbow if we want to. Waiting for paint to dry. Yeah, that's the funnest part. Oh yeah, we can grab some of these, because these are gonna go onto the chest, and this needs to be sanded down and painted up and stuff. And we can also remove all the extra parts that we don't need right now to make some space. Okay, so these little tubular things are gonna go into here. So that's where they're gonna go, all the way around. And I think this is the length we want for that side, and this, because there actually are some difference. It's not super perfectly symmetrical, because I didn't care about that. So let's make another one of these, put it in there, and just cut all of these out. And then we can start, because we're gonna have to paint these, and that means we're gonna have to sand them because they're quite nice and shiny. Oh, that's way too short. Needs to, this is the original, and it needs to be like that long. Here we go. So those, and they can sit there for now, so we know where they are, and then we can mark them up, I guess. How do you fit in the bottom part? Yeah, you fit nicely in both, so we can make one more that is... Actually, we can take one of these and cut it down to size. And then we of course have the same thing on the to do on the back side. Okay, this has been bent. No, too long. No, that's gonna be better. There's a lot of difference in length there. We're gonna do some more lines, like cable lines and stuff like that between other parts as well, I think. Just 2D. I'm also thinking about making the legs a little unsymmetrical just because it's a prototype and he might have been fixed up by somebody on the outside in the end. Never really know. So we don't really have to make everything perfectly symmetrical like that. We could even put in like a really off part that doesn't fit in at all and get away with it simply because of that. Alright, there we go. And those are going to get glued in because otherwise they will fall out constantly. But we need to sand and paint them first. So sand and prime them, paint them. Probably just going to paint them like in a dark gray or black, basically. Let's check on our paint. It's still a bit moist in some places, but mostly dry. And then we'll of course need to clear coat it so we can protect the metal paint. Then we're gonna put on our masking agent so we can mask off the areas like we have done on this. So we can bring back the metal paints from once we have put on the actual color of the thing. But with these three, maybe we'll have another fourth armor plate to put on in the back here. I am not sure yet. But then the chest piece, when the painting of these things are done and weathered down again, when that is done, it's going to be. Oh, that actually is actually dry. All right, let's get some more metal paint. Get some of that water out. And then next layer, because it's gonna be more than 2 layers of this paint on this surface, that's for sure. Next layer we're gonna start stippling the paint on, I think, so we can get rid of any brush marks like these lines from the brushing. And as I said, this is for some unfathomable reason they were experimenting with nuclear power on these things, these subjects, because they didn't have anything else that worked rather as well. So this is gonna have a nice little radioactive symbol, and then I'm gonna do a hazard line like a black and yellow striped line around the whole thing. And then we're gonna weather it, of course. Okay, but I'm gonna guess these are now dry. Yes. All right, I'm off to the spray room. I will be right back. All right. So now we're waiting for some other things to paint, like the clear coat that I put on the metal on the other armor parts. We're doing that to try and protect the metal paint because we don't want the metal paint to rub off when we are removing our uh, masking agents. No, that's still wet. Okay, let's try and avoid that then. Let's put this away so we don't accidentally mess that up or get paint anywhere else on that. I really hoped I would have my tea candles. We could start prepping the mask actually for the LEDs because this is going to have LEDs too. This is going to be the coolest part actually. Oh wait, I have the stuff I need for the coolest part. Well, I have some parts of it anyway. So let's go and get that. Let's go and get that and put some stuff together. I have some magnet holders because I'm gonna magnetize this thing to my face. Basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put some magnets into these small holders and I'm gonna put them in a prosthetic piece that I'm gonna glue to my head with the proper glue and everything. Don't worry. And then I'm gonna put some of them in here and we're gonna be able to just stick this right on my face because I thought that would be cool. I do recommend you to do the Rocky cosplay and paint a Rocky low bone shooter because I would love to see it. I'm just not gonna do it. I'm not that much into dragons. And these holders, something I made and printed myself because I wanted them to be sized for my magnets, of course. Uh, of course, now I don't know how many of that sized magnets I do have anymore, so that's funny. I have enough anyway. There should be enough. Trying to sort of untangle a bunch of magnet. Well, I'll let you see. However, is spectacularly funny because there's a bunch of different sizes that are just hanging around together. Didn't I have any magnets left? Did I use all the magnets that I had here? No, these are the magnets that I had here actually. Okay, so we kind of want the right sized magnets, and those are like in the middle of this whole nest of different sized magnets for some unfathomable reason. Okay, here we go. I mean, I could use smaller magnets, but then I'll have to make new magnet holders because I made them to fit these magnets. I didn't think about maybe I would use these magnets because I wasn't planning on using magnets for the shoulders, so I hadn't really, that wasn't part of the original plan. But basically these magnets will fit in here, like so. But the crazy adventure time of the whole thing doesn't really stop there, you see. Because what I want and what I'm gonna do is because they come in two parts. I made them in two parts. And there's a hole in here, so I'm gonna put an electrical cable in here. And then we're gonna put the cable from one magnet through some batteries that we're gonna mount in here and over to the other magnet. Is anybody seeing where this is going? Can you guess what on earth I am doing? If not, I will just tell you. If if you want to know. You know, if you're ever even curious about it, maybe you don't care, right? You don't want to know stuff. The holes were printed a bit too small though. So I need myself a little bit of a drill bit. Anybody curious? What's going on? What's gonna happen? Am I trying to electrocute myself? Is that it? No, I am not. What is going to happen, because I'm gonna tell you whether you want to know or not. So if you really don't want to know, you should probably not listen to this next part. No, what's going to happen is that when this gets stuck on my face with the magnets, between the two magnets I have on my face, there's going to be a cable. And that means when these two magnets hit the magnets in the mask, the circuit will be complete and it will go power through it and it will turn on the LEDs, which means the LEDs will be turned on automatically when I put the mask on. So that's the on switch. Now I managed to oh, there we go. Squeeze in the magnet so it got stuck before I was ready for it to be stuck. Just wanna make sure everything fits before we start gluing things in here. And it seems to be fitting pretty well. So we'll be using some super glue on the sides in here. And then we will fit one of our perfectly fitting magnets, which will then be glued in. So this is then gonna get placed in here. We're gonna make a hole, countersink a little hole in here. We're gonna drill in a bit hole. So we're gonna find a good wood drill for that, if I have one of the right size. That's the one thing that I haven't checked actually. Oh yeah, there we go. And the reason why I'm using wood drills is because they're flat. Oh yeah, I wanted to see if that I have a little mill bit for my Dremel, and that's just way too small, isn't it? Yep, but it will be a backup plan. Okay, and first let's make sure that this is not gonna ruin the mask. I mean, the mask is like an hour to do a new one, so it's not a horrible fate if I have to make another mask. But basically what I'm gonna do is make sure I'm not too close to the front edge there, or the back edge. I'm a bit afraid of this. Yeah, it's too, the foam is too thin, so we are doing it the other way, one of the other ways. We'll just take the Dremel. Yeah, and then we can cut that out. We can just take some small snips and just rip that part out. Open this inwards like so. So this is gonna be, this is that. It's gonna go hold straight in like that, basically. And then this is gonna get glued in like that. And then this is gonna attach to the face. Well, this is gonna attach to the magnet on my forehead. So that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna, that's why I haven't painted or done anything on the inside of the mask, but we're gonna have to do this look pretty as well, because this is gonna be visible. I'm gonna be able to have this off, and like on the presentation video I can go and put it on, and if the camera is here, when I put it to my face, the LEDs that are gonna be in the bottom lights, in the bottom little eye sockets here, are gonna be lighting up. Is the plan. I will just make a little mark basically over the center of the big round hole on the inside. Like that. This one goes in on that side. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna want to have the, oh wait, we're gonna have a light there, so we're gonna have to have the cable go around this way, and then we connect it to the LED that's gonna be there. So let's cut this off there. Right, so that's gonna go there. We'll do the same thing on the other side. We'll put the batteries in here. Lunchtime! Ooh. Nuking food, eh? Sounds like the perfect American way of making food. I want to eat that, okay? Let's nuke it! Nuke it! Nuke it! And then we'll make another magnet holder stuck in with a wire. We're just gluing the edges of the battery holder in here. We don't want to get too much glue on top of the metal bits because we need the bare metal to come in contact with the magnet, of course, so it will work as a conduit and push electricity from the cable through the magnet and all the way around. And then we'll insert this one there. And we'll go the same way. And where this LED is going to be down here, we're going to cover that so you don't get that shiny, sharp light into your eyes. And then we just have to decide what color LEDs we want for the mask. I'm thinking about adding, well, I also want that tea light flickering LED on a slightly small cybernetic part that I'm going to put on the side of my head. And then we're going to hang some cables off that so it looks a bit broken. But okay, these magnet thingies are definitely in the right place. So we don't have to really glue in because the cables are going to get glued in with the hot glue gun. But these things, they can get glued in with some good old reliable super glue. So the magnets are going to be visible on the final build. We're gonna paint this in a dark, probably black color. Just getting some glue around the edges here as well, so we can get this in here. Because I really like the idea of the mask just sitting on the face and not having any hanging over the ears or anything, and at the same time being removable. Because otherwise you can just take some prosthetics glue and glue here and smack it on your face, and happy go gadget with that. Okay, so we're gonna have two LEDs, so we're gonna need 6 volts of batteries, so we're gonna need two of those. Oh, is this a 6 volt? That is a 6 volt. Oh, that means I need to make a battery. Can this fit in here though? Because I have these 6 volts. That's not really gonna fit there because it's too thick. Too thick. Alright, button batteries it is. Let's take a whole new pack. 2032s. Do I have any 2025s by the way? Because that would be like a lot better because it would be smaller, obviously. Oh, and there's my homemade printed battery holder. Anyway, so I made a battery holder for batteries like this, and this should be able to, we'll put some tape and see that if that isn't, so that isn't annoying for anything. Otherwise we have ourselves a pretty decent battery holder. So let's start with that. See that it fits. All right, we'll bend these out of the way for now. And I think the clear coat on our armor pieces are ready as well. But let's try this and see. Yeah, that goes on there. It doesn't interfere with anything. That is just perfect. That is just perfect. So we can use this battery pack. Glue that in place there, put the batteries in, and there are slots for cables to go in and out on both sides. So we can have one LED here, one cable from that LED up to the battery, through the battery, and on the other side, down to the next LED and around through here. And then once we put something between these two magnets that is conductive, it will shoot electricity around and light up the eyes of the mask. But we're only starting on that on the mask because we were waiting for this. Now, the only thing I had was a dull coat, so it's quite matte. It matted down the metal, but it's gonna get weathered pretty heavy anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. Right. Put those to the side. Okay, so now we are at the point where we are deciding where where the metal is going to show through. And then we're going to apply some masking medium on those areas, and then we will do a couple of coats of spray paint on them. First, a primer filler that's going to build up a bit thick. Oh, haven't seen one of those bots crap for a while. And you're gone. If you're listening to this, anybody who runs those weird big follables, nobody wants your freaking stuff anyway. Well, I guess you're fooling some kind of 14-year-old kid doing trying to play games online. But in general, I don't think you're really successful with that. But I also don't think you would be doing it if you weren't successful. So people, stop clicking links from bots. Okay, not even for fun. And here is my masking medium of choice. Yes, this is actually toothpaste. And so this is going to be on the front. just gonna, so to be clear, we're masking off the areas that we want metal to be showing in once we are done. And everything else that we don't put this on is simply gonna be orange. And we're trying to not have too smooth edges when we're doing this, because we want the paint to like crackle off a little bit when we start removing the toothpaste once we have put paint on top of it. If you're going to use toothpaste for this, your choices are limited. You need to rattle can or airbrush on your paints, because otherwise you're going to start moving the toothpaste around with your brush if you try to brush paint over this. I guess you could wait until the toothpaste has sort of dried before painting, but that makes the toothpaste really hard to get off, so I wouldn't recommend it at all. If you don't want to airbrush or can airbrush because you don't have an airbrush, or you don't want to spend money on rattle cans, you can always buy uh, proper masking agents, which is usually latex based, so you can just paint it on, and let it dry, and then you can just use a normal brush to paint over it. Just some, depending on what pieces they are, just try and figure out where would water pool up, where would damage occur, so you can get it as realistic as possible. Alright, now it is back to the spraying room, so I will be right back. No, it's okay. I got it. I know you were getting food. No worries, Bone Shooter. I got the bot. I caught it. It was just one of the big follow bots, so it didn't really do anything. No worries. You have your lunch. It's enough that your job keeps you occupied in the middle of the night. Alright, I'm off to do some spraying. I'll be right back. And here we are, back again. Okay, we're talking about color choices. We need to make a choice. So, warm white, blue, red. Where are all my greens? Where's the green bag? Have I already taken that out and it's now buried under a pile of stuff around here somewhere and I'm never gonna find it today? Or I'm gonna find it because it was still. Yeah, I was away spraying. So we have green, red, blue, or white. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did that. I did that too. I reported the spam bot. I reported the spam bot before I removed it. And the easiest way to sort of get a feel for this, I guess, the bot came before I went away though, so the bot was before that. So we have green. It's not gonna be this shiny bright green like directly on that. We're gonna do some LED magic, but we have green. Oh, it is an evil Twitch today. So, and I think green is the option. I don't think red is going to be an option. Blue could work. Don't think I just wanted white. Like no color basically. Just light. So some blue. Blue will look kind of sad and cool. I think I want this to be blue. Are you also one of the blue? Yes. So blue and blue. We're going for blue. Yeah, Twitch is extra twitchy today, I think. So what we need to do now is to get some tools and stuff. I need to clean my glasses because they were smeary as basically. Go. We need this little thing, and I mean I could just ramp up the old soldering station, I guess, but why bother when you don't have to? We might need to actually. Can I fit these onto a leg? Yeah, I could probably squeeze a leg. Because basically what this is a little aluminium, a little steel, tiny little metallic tube that you just squish over wires. So we need to figure out. Because the general idea, so to speak, is to get one of my little pieces of plastic. And then we're going to do the old trickeroony of making some scoring marks. We're going to put this down behind, like a strip of it. For those of you who have been here before, you know what happens when we put a lead on the edge of a piece of plastic, right? You know. You know what's going to happen now. You know. You know. And if you don't, well, I'm about to let everybody in on the secret, kid. what happens when you take a lead and you put it on the edge of a piece of plastic is that you light up the whole edge of the plastic. Yeah, how cool is that? I am cybernetically. I was thinking about making something that just like going with, covering like sitting on the side and going up front of the eyes. But I really like this mask, so the mask, the mask is staying. Because I am madly, and I mean that in every sense of the word, madly in love with the idea of putting on the mask and that is the thing that makes it light up. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna not cut it apart, but we're gonna score some lines in the plastic, and these lines will then, of course, catch the light as it shines through the plastic, and just like the oh crap, like the edges of the plastic, they will light up a little bit. Could you stop that, you stupid plastic bit? Could you just be nice and stay in place, please? Go. So what will happen now is when we put the light on the side here, that's gonna light up. I did miss cut there though, so we might have to redo the plastic bit. But the general idea then is that this plastic bit gets glued in here, and then when the lights, oh come on, stop flipping around so bloody much. Here we go. I don't know if that shows so well. Yeah, maybe not have lines. Yep, it would definitely. You can do whatever. It doesn't have to be a straight line. I mean, if you go, the lines that go across will catch more light than the lines that go along. But yeah, it will. The problem would be to score a perfectly round circle. Actually, it's not a problem because we have a circle cutter for it, some sort of a targeting. I mean, it's not going to be very visible in these small pipes if you do like something complicated. But yeah, if you make a this battery doesn't really want to work with me. It will sort of show it all off. It will be, I mean, it's hard to see now, but it's hard. But yeah, it breaks. But yeah, the edges that in is in right in front of that crosses the beams basically. The light beams are going to catch more light. But yeah, I think we might have to just make it like a design decision now. But you know what you could do? You can take a couple of, and you can put one diode from that side and one from that side, or you can take like a LED strip and go like around. So, and depending on how strong your LEDs are and how much electricity you know, you could put in some resistors in there, and it will. You know what? I wonder how that will look. How will it look if I put you in like, yeah, that's it. I should test this on another piece. Yeah, because I have, yeah, this one that we have tested before, of course. Because that is the coolest part, in my opinion, is that it follows the curve of the thing. So if we now had some of that glue, we could make a battery holder back here, put the battery in, and we could glue this to the side of our heads like that. That will be cyberpunk as hell as well. And that's where you do your targeting stuff. Of course, I have yet to order. Oh yeah, we need to talk to the client about the painted minis. If you're still there, sweetheart. Because I don't know if you're done, but I'm done and sort of need the money for it to pay bills and to buy some glue. What Google Glasses should have been. Exactly. So if I put this, and we glue it like on edge like that. Uh, just right across. We'll just get one line. Oh, I'm so torn about this. 'Cause I don't want like a bright light spot like that. I mean, it's even worse on camera, but that's really burning my eyes looking into. So that's not what I want. Other options include taking some hot glue and glue them in, so because that will help dim the light a bit, because the glue sticks are not super transparent. You can actually just cut a piece of this. You can use this to dim the light. It's still going to be like a hotspot, but it's not nearly as strong. But it's the same thing there. We can do this from the side, and you can just use the hot glue as it is and just make a little hole, or we could just glue this, smack it in. There's some options. Since we don't have that much room to play with on the backside though, so we have to be a little bit restrictive. We have to think about the restrictions rather. Yeah, so just imagine what you can do with this battery and some aluminium tape. The shark is returned. Welcome, O returning shark of sharkiness. I don't know where I'm going with this. But welcome back. Guess who's back? Back again. Shark is back in his box. Now I'm tired of holding this, so I'm just gonna. You remember streaming earlier? Ooh, nice. So we're just gonna, because this is gonna last like days, so we don't have to worry about that battery. And I have plenty of batteries, so I don't care. I'm just gonna leave it on. It's gonna make life so much easier. Thank you for doing the shout out, Bone Shooter. So we're just taping things in place, just slightly temporary like that, so we can maybe get a chance to see how things could look. Oh, double the shark outs. That's okay. Shark in the Box deserves two shoutouts for sure. Because then I can get like one line in there. If we put it like that, I like it. It's a very nice and even light. I mean, we have to put it in straight, I guess. So now is the question that the Pixel has. Oh, it isn't that. Oh no, he did the at. Oh, I see. Yeah, the at thing is still not working so well because there's something I have never tried, and that is what happens when you stack these and shine them in. Oh, you'd need more than one lead. Ooh, can you imagine having the lead? I don't know if this shows. Because when I move my hands, yeah, imagine that. Having like boom, 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 boom. Yeah, restarting your computer maybe. Okay, so that doesn't work. Because I was stacking them like thin strips and shown it in from the side, but you need more LEDs. Otherwise you light up one of them more than the others. Hey, lurking while lunching, while welcoming. Thank you for the lunch lurking. It is very appreciated. We're experimenting with getting some lead work done for one of the eyes back here without having this shiny, super bright light going through it. So we are totally playing around with that. Yeah, and the rest of Bone Shooter, you can't do the at. It doesn't work then. It takes the at into the address. So otherwise, we have been working on the chest piece. Well, we're still actually working on the chest piece. These aren't done yet, and there are some extra plates that's gonna come on there. So you need to do just the tab for the shoutouts. You can't use at. Does not work. But you can start writing the name and then press tab, and you'll get that. There we go. Because for some reason, Stream Element Bots is. Oh, here we go. More, more, more. Everybody. I guess it's on a global timeout. Yeah, it's because when you use at to get somebody's name, it writes that in the link address thingy. I haven't bothered to try and figure out if that is fixable or if that's just a life with Stream Elements. I'm pretty sure it's just a life. You need all the shoutouts you can get. Do you need followers? Do you need people to follow your stream? Because I'm pretty sure Bone Shooter can let some other people in that other stream that I'm pretty sure he might be in, where we love shouting out people and helping out the community. Whoa. Oh, okay, wait. Okay. Uh, why am I doing that? There we go. Do, 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 do. Mini, mini paintings. We like mini paintings. That's one away. Well, if we have one more that can click on that link and just go and say hello, well, don't even have to say anything, I guess, but you know what I mean. And then you just need all the hours and days or whatever it is if you're looking into the affiliate thing. That's my everyday, so it's okay. That's uh, that's just life. Okay, so this goes in here and that shines. Yeah, okay. And now we have to figure out what to do for scratchy scratchings. I think we might try and do like sort of a crosshairs, I guess. Oh yeah, you know what we could do? Yes, yes, yes. There's what? You can't even log. Wow, sounds horrible. Yes. So we need to glue this in, and then we need to. We should probably take a bit of foam, actually. Right? No. Bone Shooter is just moderating quite a bunch of streams, including some people that has a bunch of followers. And specifically, I'm gonna guess he's gonna go to Brush Fryer and go, "Hey guys, here's another person who does mini painting. They need some follows. Could you be so kind as just to click this link? and then people go. So don't be surprised if you end up at like 60 or more. There we go. Bone shooter does the bone shooter thing. Click, you're done. Who you gonna call? Bone shooter. Yeah, of course they did. Of course the brushlings help somebody out. Brushlings are awesome. Because now we don't get any light bleeding out around. It's just that, and that is gonna go in on one of these, and then we are good to go. So what we need to do now is to get some glue in there. We don't need you. Now where it's really important, however, that we remember which of these legs go where, because you have to put them, since we're gonna serial connect them, we're gonna need them to, we're gonna need them to be in the right way around. I am looking for like a toothpick, so I can grab some of this glue. Super glue, 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 glue. And then we'll, oh wait, that's the wrong way. That's the right way. Yep. Now everything depends on you. It's an Easter miracle. I don't know. Okay, we have good contact. It glows where I want it to glow on this scored area. Think we might want to hit this backside with a little bit of hot glue. Just to keep it nice and stable. And also how exactly this looks right now is irrelevant because we are, as mentioned earlier, going to cover the inside here in like a thin sheet of foam or something. Yeah, yeah, I'm at like the point in my streaming now that I get random follows when I'm not even streaming now, so it's slowly growing. And just do your thing that you want to do. Stream to have fun and stream to do the thing that you want to do. And because if you're not having fun, why on earth would you want to do it? I need to cut down the foam a bit. And I mean, it can take, it's not like you said, this is the first time you managed to catch me. I don't know how long you have like been sitting there wanting to, but imagine other people do the same thing because they also have lives. basically. So if they don't show up right away, don't dismay, do not despair. They will come. You stream and they will follow. I don't know. I felt like that was a good Wayne's World quoting moment sort of thing. So that's gonna go in there. That means on this end, we're gonna see if we can. Yeah, big money from streaming. That's that's just super big gaming thing is if even. And even then it's like a tough thing to do. If you make some extra monies on it, I mean it's fine, of course. But I haven't gotten my first payout. I should actually check in that because I think I might actually be on my first payout for in forever from the Twitcherinos. So I know that's so you don't have to solder things. You can just squeeze things. I mean, there's nothing wrong with soldering things, but you don't have to. Okay, and this is gonna go in, and then we're gonna solder a cable from here that's gonna go up to the battery. Uh, yeah, just promoting other people's art, just doing art, just chilling. Might have been a mistake to glue in the magnets beforehand, but I know that now. Because then once I have connected all the wires, I can glue that in. I need to put one of those little nice yellow things on this side as well. Squeeze it right in there. We need a piece. Let's make a new wire piece. Oh, it's 6:30. What? Didn't I just have tea break? What the hell? What happened to time? Uh, I have made some TV prop thingies. I would like to do more. Uh, the cosplay right now is for the Ultimate Online Cosplay Championship. Otherwise, I also stream mini making painting stuff and scenery. and other types of prop making. Of course, if there's gonna be any TV movie stuff, that's usually heavily under NDA, so that will never be on stream, likely, because the production companies usually don't want people to know stuff in advance. But yeah, I'll build anything. I'll build anything. If you actually put this in the right place on your tool, Pixel Boa, that's gonna help you out a lot. What the hell? Squeeze it. Okay, you're in. Because then I should be able to glue this part in. And then this will go up to the battery holder, and I don't have to glue that in yet, but I can glue this one in. Right. You fitting? Why aren't you fitting where I wanted you to fit now? Probably because I have put in some rigid plastic bits, maybe? Maybe. Smearing on some of that super glue. I realized that I am off camera, but yeah. Yeah. Well, they're for sale, basically. Anything I do is for that is not for a client already, of course, and stuff like that. But otherwise, anything I do that's not for me or for a client is for sale. Sometimes you just get the urge of creating things and don't want to wait for a client that wants to order this thing. So yeah, they're for something. Well, they are for other people's cosplay or collection or whatever. There are also some leather masks. You can do exclamation mark Etsy if you want to see what I got for sale. Actually, that would probably be the simplest way of doing that, since I do have a command and I do have an Etsy store. So we're gonna end up with putting up some scenery and stuff in the Etsy in the end as well. Things like, oh god, the terrain cart is not even in the same room. Like one of my later things that I've built, uh, which is also one of my favorite things that I've built, I think. At least high on the tower, high on the list is the dice tower. 11, well, that's average, I guess, so that's nice. And the tower is aptly named D6, dice not included. At least not until I have started casting, I've got a good mold and can cast my own dice. Then dice might be actually included into things, I suppose. Okay, so we have a battery holder. Thank you. So we'll take that away because that's the battery that we have used. So we'll take two. Hey, Shirlixa. Yes, I know, doesn't it? And it's so easy to make like well, so easy. It's a lot easier these days when you have 3D printers. You can just print something and make a mold from it. So it's a lot less complicated for that. I have a friend who has some dice molds that she bought actually, so I was gonna I'm gonna get to borrow those, but I want to make my like own dice with some like own markings on. Oh yeah, that's the long one. We're gonna have to, well actually we can twist, change the batteries around, so that doesn't matter. So we need this to be cut off around here. Yeah, it's so nice when you can start doing so many things. It is really amazing. I'm like amazed that there are people that are allowed to vote that never that grew up like in Sweden or places that never knew a world without the internet. That just baffles me sometimes. Yeah, yeah, I have seen that as well that there are. I haven't found anybody who does a D16 though, so that's a bit of a deal breaker for me because I want to make Blood Bowl dice, and one of them is D16. I have actually printed a D16. The sanding messed it up a bit, so I need to reprint. Because no dice, unless they're like super calibrated casino dice, are gonna roll perfectly anyway. I think that's a thing too. People have realized that dice aren't. You can't really do statistics and averages on like normal game dice because they're just so mass produced. I mean, you can buy casino dice because they change the dice so often, and then you can find them on like eBay and stuff. And the plan is for this cable to go there. Couple of oh wait, they're gonna go this way here, and then on this side there's gonna be the. Oh, I need to see if I have any screws for this. I might need to make a new one. Oh, that's a pretty bit thicker now though. But yeah, basically like that. And then this cable will go to that. And there, well, there will be a similar LED setup on that side, of course. Oh, there we go. We don't even have to write that, see, in the chat. It just the Streamlabs had a good timing there. Thank you, Streamlab bots, for the good timing. That is excellent of you. See how far we'll get on this. I don't think we'll get all of this fit in today because I don't know exactly how much longer I'm gonna stream. It's getting to be a bit late. Gotta have some energy for streaming tomorrow as well and doing the things. So tomorrow we'll paint the rest of the armor bits. Actually, I'm gonna go and spray paint them before I go home, I think. They're gray now and they need to get into that lovely orangey orange. Did I? Oh yeah, the glue came up through the holes and I sort of glued in the battery, just a little tiniest bit, not much at all. That's gonna be perfect. But I kind of, we can do a quick test because this is gonna get cut off and put in like this. So we can do a, oh yeah, that's gonna be one heck of a, one heck of a strong light when two batteries are connected to just one LED. But we'll give it a go. If nothing else, oh, head to the bed and do your lurk. Sleep well. And as always, thank you. Because all we need now to test this is to hold this in place. Take a cable. Okay, we need to hold that in place. We need to hold several things in place at the same time. Okay, so that doesn't work. So that means that there's no connection somewhere. Maybe I put the batteries in upside down. So let's try, that's like the first thing we try. Here we go. Well, we had it for a few seconds. Hope I didn't burn out that lead now, because that would be hilarious. I think I might have to rip that out and change that. That's pretty good actually, because then I can fix the whole circuit. Yeah, I think I might have burned out the lead, because I thought it was gonna hold for it, but I guess it didn't. Oh wait, no, the blue. Oh no, that's the mistake, I think. I think I know where I went wrong with this. Isn't it the blue the one that's red? Where's the blue? Yeah. Oh well, the red are even worse actually. Yeah, it's the green that are the different voltage. They are around 3 voltage, all of them, but the blue ones are like 2 to 2.8, and that means 6 volts that we just crammed through it. Probably, probably, not sure, but probably broke uh, the lead. Because we get no, oh wait, it doesn't connect through silly pixel. You need to have the wire go from there to the batteries and to the magnet. Well, it actually does work. Cool. I didn't burn it out. We don't have to redo it. Woohoo! All the joy. Okay, so it was just a bad connection. So I will have to figure out how to solve this little issue, or I'll make a new battery holder and we'll remove this one, which is probably where we're gonna, you know, end up in that endeavor. So we need to make this type of connection again, and then we need to put something to cover that from blinding us when we're wearing the mask. Not really sure how nice it's gonna look with that. Came on a little bit crooked. I'm just glad this is not gonna be visible in the final thing. But as you saw, when you connected these two, you get a complete circuit. So, just to show how it's going to work in the end, before we call it a day, uh, I have some extra, and these magnet holders that I made, they literally take just minutes to print. They're so small. So if I have to make a few more, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal at all. So I'm just gonna glue these two pieces together. And the reason, I don't know if I ever got around to say that, but the reason why there's two pieces is because then I can print them just flat and don't have to bother about anything weird happening. And the bottom part is not a complete circle. Well, it's not going to be a switch even. There's not going to be any on and off button on this. I guess you might have been away when I talked about that. I suppose. Now, the whole idea is that I am going to wear a prosthetic piece that's going to get glued to my forehead, which has a cable in it and two corresponding magnets, which means when I put this on the face, the circuit completes, and as soon as I put the mask on, it's going to light up. I might redo the whole wiring of this actually, because it doesn't look very pretty. I want it to be nice. I might just solder everything anyway. I need to make a new battery holder, so I might as well draw two cables and put the lead in. That's for tomorrow. I just want to do a quick to show basically how this is gonna work in the end. Because that's what I'm doing right now. I am making to fix this so it will work like it should. Yeah, this needs to be tighter together. That's the whole issue. Because a switch is just really a convenient way to complete a circuit without having to deal with a bunch of exposed cables and stuff. But it's basically like a light that isn't, it's on when you plug it in. As soon as you plug it in, it turns on. It doesn't have a switch. Could you stop being a shite battery or shite magnet now? And shite glue and just get glued into fucking place. Oh my god. Stop. Seriously? Okay, we'll put on some more new glue here then. Stupid glue. Come on. I don't want to be here for 9 hours more just because you decided not to be a proper glue today. Silly super glue. go. Some more of this fantastic glue and hope that it's actually fantastic now. So basically what should happen now then is that I put a magnet on there, and if I put it on there and it doesn't just start glowing for some weird reason. Did I put the batteries in right? Yeah. Well, I definitely need a better battery contact. Now it's just pissing me off because it knows I'm getting tired. I'm betting it does this on purpose. Seriously? How the fuck did the battery jump out? Okay. So for some reason there is not enough contact, but basically this is the switch. Except that this goes on my head. And then you put the mask on and it completes the circuit. And we know that the setup sort of works because we have seen it. What if I do this then? No? Where's the non-contact? Is there like a glue on one of the magnets? Or something? We'll have to figure that out. But basically, that's no, it's the contact. It's this holder somehow that is not. I don't know if there's any glue on the copper bits there or something. Okay, because it just worked. It literally just worked. The light just lit up just a moment ago. Could you please explain yourself? Oh, there we go. I had the batteries in the wrong way. I was sure it was the right way. Oh well. So yeah, basically this is it. This thing gets measured out and put into a prosthetic piece that gets glued to my forehead. And once it gets contact with both magnets, the lights will light up. And then you take it off and the light goes off. And sometimes it just don't want to work anyway. I have no idea what's going on. Yep. Yeah, I need to make a better battery holder. That's the main issue here, I would say. So let's see if we can't get that one out. Of course, I had to glue this in properly well, but we can get that out. There we go. So, better battery holder. That will. The point in this, you can see there's like two slits in them, and the point is, I'm gonna put a metal piece bit in here and out there. Uh, no, they're basically. I just opened the package right now. No, no, it's the connection between the wires in the battery holders and the batteries. Um, and the point with this design that has these slits here. Let's see if I can do this. There are slits in here. Is that you take a piece of uh, uh, copper sheet metal copper, and you or brass or whatever, and you put it in through here, and then you solder the wire to the metal bit. So you get a big flat metal surface on the inside for the batteries to have good connection. It's just my older experimental battery holder that didn't really hold up. So those works and that works and the whole thing with the magnets and gonna attach it to my forehead. It's gonna work and that's just gonna be freaking awesome. That's gonna look so cool on the presentation video. And it's also just gonna be so cool to be able to put on the mask and it goes with no visible on and off buttons or anything. Just super sneaky. All right. We're hitting 7 o'clock right away as we are nearing the ends of today's stream remos. Where do we want to go today, day, day? Where do we want to go today, day, day? Uh, should we raid someone I haven't raided in a while? Just to dump you off somewhere. None of the ones that I'm gonna watch later is on. Do we have suggestions, or should we just go? Oh, what's Duck doing today? Maybe we should just go and say hello to the Epic Duck. Yes, let's go to Epic Duck. Let's go to Mini Painter. Hmm, check spelling. That is correct. Whoa, I spelled it right. So, he's a miniature painter. He is a commission painter. He's really funny and awesome. Some of you already know Duck, of course, and if you don't, feel free to tag along and say hello to Duckman. And I'll see you tomorrow if you want to, and we will solve all the electrical issues. I'm gonna go home and design some new battery holders, and we'll get that mask sorted tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be online tomorrow if you have the time and want to watch. Yeah, thank you for getting in here and congratulations on the 50 followers. And I'm gonna press raid now.